And of course, I forgot to set everything else up because of course I would. That's not for this game, and I should delete that. Nightbot, hush. Yep. There we go. Alright, let me turn down the music, because I know it's a bit louder than me, so let me turn this down. Boy. That. Hi everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Black History Month. Welcome on in. Hey Mojo. Hey Stubby. And of course, hey Ziggy. And to anybody lurking or otherwise. Welcome on in. Again, happy Black History Month. Words are hard. I have to think about that. Actually, I want you to know that when Street Fighter 6 comes out, I'm coming for you. Come for the king, you best not miss. Anyway. Yeah, happy Friday. I hope the day was restful and or productive for y'all. Announcements, because those are important. So, first and foremost, in case you're not already in the Discord and didn't already happen to know about it, we have been selected for the Black Brilliance Shelf this year for Black History Month. So on Sundays, I talked about this on a previous stream, but I'm confirming it just as a reminder. On Sundays, we're not going to be playing Legend of Legaia, but we are going to be playing Validate Volume 1 first. So Validate Volume 1. We're going to be playing that. And then if we manage to finish that before Black History Month is over, we're going to switch over to Treachery and Beatdown City. For this month, I really wanted to focus on, at least for Sunday streams, I wanted to really focus on playing games developed by Black people and worked on by Black people, because that matters. That's important. I want to shout out Kettlepot Gaming for giving me the idea to do that. And that's probably going to be the pattern going forward every year from now on. Black History Month is just going to be focusing on playing games made by Black people, with Black people, and for Black people. Just in general. So that's the plan. So I'm looking forward to doing Validate stuff with y'all on Sunday. We are keeping Fighting Friday streams just because for me, it helps if I pace it out, wherein whatever specialty games we're doing for the month, right? Whatever specialty games that we're doing for the month are saved for Sundays, and then I indulge myself with fighting games on Fridays, because that's kind of just how we roll. So, while we are not playing Validate until Sunday, you can still donate. Exclamation point donate. If you do that, will cause Nightbot to give you the handy dandy links. You may have to refresh the page because I forgot to do it before we went live. But if you refresh the page and check the panels at the bottom, you can also see. You can also do the donation down there if you'd so like. While we do not have any milestones associated with the initial goal of $200, there are other milestones that will get unlocked as we go. For those of you who do not know what the Marsha P. Johnson Institute is for or who it's about, it is primarily focused on serving Black trans people, making sure that they get the support and the representation that they need in the legal system and otherwise, just because they need it. I am here for Black people on Black History Month, and so the charities that I choose for Black History Month are usually always focused on, right, making sure that Black people get what they need. And that's no different for Black trans people, right? So that's why we're going to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute for all of Black History Month. So yeah, exclamation point donate will give you the link to the donation. If you want to see what the incentives are, I'm keeping it simple. I forgot to put Bean Boozled beans on there. My bad. But $5, if you do exclamation point incentives, you'll get the incentives list. But to run it down quickly, $5 for eyes. $10 is either a set of 10 push-ups or a set of 10 sit-ups. And then $20 is the Bean Boozled bean. So keeping it classic, keeping it simple. Kind of do as you see fit on that front. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've got announcements-wise. So, y'all came here for video games. Let's get to it. Let's see here. Probably today is going to be doing some Shingo stuff. Let me fix the on-stream. Because we're not playing Legend of Legaia, we're playing KOF 15. I can only hope that when I open up Steam, crossing my fingers and my toes, that that OBS doesn't decide to be anti-Black tonight, because don't need that. Going for gains? Well, depends on what people throw down. Because nobody, like the last time that I did a charity fundraiser, nobody actually went for push-ups or sit-ups or anything. It was always either eyes or Bean Boozled beans, and I'm just like, oh, I mean, okay. So we'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, that's open, and now... Okay. Here's the part where I scroll over to my actual library, click on KOF 15, and I hope that this thing doesn't explode, because that would... give me big sweat, big scare. So, hold on. I can remember what game I'm actually trying to open up right now. Here it is. Okay, retry the sync. Please behave, KOF. I would like you to behave tonight. Maybe... Okay, yeah, I can't sync up today. Whatever. Sure, it's fine. Don't need it. Okay. So we're gonna do game capture. We're gonna switch to KOF. Oh yeah. Mojo managed to upload writing, but pinched back nerve on BHM. Yeah, that really is racism. That is unfortunate. I hope it is feeling better, Mojo. But because otherwise, I don't like it much at all. Okay. It looks like we're solid as far as that goes. Okay, so we're gonna warm up as usual in training mode. Make sure that I'm warmed up sufficiently enough. Select member. This year's dream match kicks off with an absolutely stacked lineup. It really is a stacked lineup when you come to think about it. So Rock first, because probably I'm still, despite his changes, well, they're not like bad changes anyway, so I'm probably going to use them. It's not that big of a deal. Maru. We're going to do this. So, for people who are not familiar with the King of Fighters in general, right? Because I know that we may have some new people that have stopped by the stream and may not know what's up. So, King of Fighters 15 is a fighting game. Traditionally, right, it is played 3-on-3 style. So each player picks 3 characters for the first, second, and third positions each, and they square off in 60-second rounds. Whichever player wins will regain some health based on how much time is left on the timer when the match is over, and then we kind of go forward from there, right? So, usually what I do for Fighting Friday before I start like doing online matches against people or anything is that I'll take whatever characters I'm going to use for that day and actively take a little time to sort of go into training mode and remind myself of like the maximum range of their buttons. For people who have been to a Fighting Friday stream before or whose first time it's in the stream, the general principle is that because I play so many different fighting games on Fridays, I sometimes need to remind myself, right, what fighting game am I currently playing right now. So the thing I'm doing here is an exercise that I took from a Reddit thread or a Reddit community called Keith's Gym, like Zangief from Street Fighter. The basic idea is that you want to take whatever buttons you use for like punching and kicking, right? And you want to try to hit at the maximum range for each of those buttons about 5 times, right? So you do all of your standing buttons, and for KOF we have light punch, light kick, heavy punch, and heavy kick, which you may hear me call them A, B, C, and D, because that's the old way of labeling the buttons from the SNK arcade cabinets. So A for light punch, B for light kick, C for heavy punch, D for heavy kick. So the idea is that you test, right? You try to hit the maximum range of each of your buttons. I'm not going to do it for every character that I play with, just because that'll take a while. And I did start a little late, so... But the idea, at least if you're going to do it, if you're going to do like the sort of basic version of the warm-up, is that you do 5, right? You basically hit at the tip with each button about 5 times in a row without missing. And the reason why you try to aim for the tip, right, the maximum range, is because, right, at anything less than the maximum range, like if I'm like here and I press my 5C, right, my standing heavy punch, gonna be looking for a while. Good luck in the online matches. That's say thank you, Ziggy. The whole point, right, is that for my 5C, right, my standing heavy punch, it doesn't really matter how... If I'm up in somebody's face, right, then obviously it's going to hit. But there's still only so far that it reaches, right, when I'm not in somebody's face. And it's more important to know where it stops as opposed to where it starts. Because starting is easy. As long as I'm like right up in somebody's face, it'll hit. But where it will stop hitting is a lot harder to judge, right? And in KOF, it's particularly important because there are some, what we call, as you notice here, right, Rock's 5C, his standing heavy punch. His 5C is different depending on whether or not you hit from far away or up close, right? It's the same thing also with his 5D, his standing heavy kick. And it's also the same with a lot of the other buttons that he has. But the reason why I bring this up is because, for example, his far 5D, you can't, like, if it hits, there's not that much you can do afterwards unless you do other stuff. However, his far 5C, right, you can throw special moves afterward. Which means that if you know the maximum range of, right, if you know the maximum range of what that button is, right, it gives you a lot more options for what you're going to do afterward, right? Now, not all of these options combo, mind you, but having them around is kind of important. Or at least knowing how to use them is important, right? And that's why it's important to sort of know the maximum range of your buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we want to learn these also. Or refresh on these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, a couple of things that are specific to KOF. For people, again, who are not familiar with the franchise and have played Street Fighter, but are like, okay, so you talked about the 3-on-3 stuff, but what makes this game different from KOF aside, from Street Fighter aside from that? It's very simple, right? So in most Street Fighter games, especially the modern ones, right, when you double tap forward, you get like a dash, but in this game you have more of a run, right? So you have more of a run, which you can sort of like cancel into other moves. So it's a little easier to be a little more aggressive in this game on that front. But most uniquely, for KOF in particular, other games may have a mechanic similar to this, but this is something that's like kind of a hallmark of KOF. KOF has hops as well as full arc jumps, right? So, in KOF, right, why this is important is because unlike with Street Fighter, where it's like, okay, if you're jumping, you have to commit usually like a full jump arc, and it's a little slower, and people can like pop you out of the air if they're paying attention. They still can in KOF, but it's harder when you have hops because a hop doesn't go as high and allows you to still like jump over people like doing low kicks like a 2B or something, for example. You can just hop over and mollywop them, right? Now, obviously, the main way that you deal with hops is relatively straightforward. Well, if Maru has a better button for checking hops anyway. One example, right? But obviously if you have buttons that can like reach up into the same area about where somebody's hopping, you can use that as like a check to stop them, right? But the general existence of hops as well as their souped up equivalent, the hyper hop, right, is that in KOF you can cover a lot of ground from the air. And so a lot of what you have to kind of get used to is knowing okay, when is it a good time to like throw out low buttons? When is it a good time to throw something that will check somebody trying to hop at me instead, right? And that's one major thing. The other major thing, for example, is that Street Fighter has a lot of what we call links, right? Hang on, if I can. So, like in Street Fighter, for example, you may have a move where you like press your light punch or whatever, and then okay, that's good. Like in Street Fighter, for example, you might have a move where you do like a light punch, and you have to wait a little bit, and then you do another button afterward, right? Get a link like that. Oh, I forgot to put. We don't have enough room for it up there. So, when I say a link, for example, you'll get an idea. If you head to that page over there, it'll show you a more clear example of that. But the idea behind a link is that you have to wait for one animation to finish before you do the next one. So, and KOF has links like that, but more common to KOF is the ability to do cancels into what we call command normals. So, this move, right? This elbow, parabola spike, I think it's called. What's it called? Command list. Elbow spike, sorry. So, elbow spike, for example, if I hold forward, or 6, and press LP, light punch, or A, if I hold 6A, right? Or 6LP, however you want to define it, right? I get this move, right? But I can also cancel into it from other moves that Rock has. So I can use it as a way to check, oh, okay, did the combo land? Can I get a combo extension, etc., right? So, for example, I can do right? Whereas in Street Fighter, you usually can't. I say usually because it's different with different characters. You usually cannot cancel into command normals in like Street Fighter, for example. But in KOF, it's an important part of the actual way that like it's an important part of the way that pardon me that combos actually work in this game. That helps you sort of it helps you get an idea, right, of because it helps you get an idea of whether or not you cancel in, like whether or not you can combo into a move, and it's really helpful in that sense for like making sure if, for example, you get like if you get a hit off of like a heavy, right, and you're like, okay, wait, I need to make sure that I comboed, you can cancel into a command normal to give you extra time to confirm, okay, did it hit, did it not hit? Do something different accordingly, right? So all of these changes kind of come together to make KOF a much more combo heavy and fast paced game than Street Fighter traditionally is, for example. Things being much more cancelable and just having a lot more movement generally means that, like, okay, right, when you're doing KOF things move a lot faster than Street Fighter normally does. And there are different dynamics to sort of consider when you're trying to figure out how to put together a team, for example, because in Street Fighter, right, normally you're using one character, your opponent's using one character, but in KOF, you have to sort of work your way up to understanding how to use 3 separate characters and all the things that they kind of do accordingly. KOF is also very big on the idea of being able to cancel, on having like a lot of cancels, right? So, right, this do elbow spike into the Reppuken is what we call or even into like other special moves like Rising Tackle, is what we call a special cancel, right? So that's a special cancel, for example, right? I can also cancel a special move into what's called a desperation move or super move, right? So, super cancel. I can cancel level 1 supers into level 2 supers, which is called an advanced cancel. Or, if I want to be really spicy, right? If I can do this correctly. I'm skipping a spot, that's why it's not working. Hang on. There we go. Well, let me do it correctly. We probably want something like... Right. I can also cancel, if I have the meter for it, I can cancel a level 1 or a level 2 super into a climax super, basically, right? Or more properly, a climax desperation. So it uses up a lot of meter, but it does a lot of damage also. This is like a very top level and very basic overview of like how KOF systems work, and I'm deliberately leaving out a couple of things because there are other things that are not relevant until we get into actual matches. So I'm just taking a minute to kind of warm up. I'm taking a minute to kind of just warm up with the characters that I'm most likely to use tonight, just because I'll be able to sort of explain the more interesting things like in between matches and things like that. But I just want to make sure I'm warmed up a little bit before we really get into it. Okay, so I should still be able to... Yeah, good, that still works. I'm curious about something. So do that. Okay, so I do that. Okay, it doesn't. That's good to know. I'm gonna get into some of the specifics of the characters that I actually use a little more clearly once we get into some actual matches, because that'll help bring it out of like a lot of the theoretical stuff I'm talking about, and I can have some room to actually explain like some of the other mechanics that I've kind of like elided, right? They gotta fix that. I hope they fix that sometime soon. But the first time, every time I first try to get into a match, it will do this thing where it's like, hey, haha. It keeps doing this thing sometimes where it's like, alright, so this is Like, this is your first time going online for the evening, right? He's like, yeah. It's like, okay, cool. So we're not gonna open up the thing for you. And I'm like, please stop doing that. Please open the thing. So, while we wait for some matches, I'll explain how this character that y'all see here, this funny little guy, Shingo, how he works. He's the new DLC character that came out for KOF 15 recently. He was in KOF's 97 through 11. So that's 97, 98, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, and 11. And then he was gone for like a good 20-ish years or so, right? So Shingo's whole thing is that he tries to mimic one of, like, basically the main character of the original main character of the King of Fighters, Kyo Kusanagi. He basically tries to fight like him, but without any of Kyo's cool, like, flame shooting powers and things. And so the end result of that is that at first he seems like a joke character, but he has he's actually surprisingly potent if you know how to use him correctly. Oops, fair. Oop. I got done up. So yeah, Shingo's main thing, you saw it a little bit in that fight. He has, I went to go look it up finally, he has a 1 in 5 chance of getting a critical hit with some of his special moves, which causes him to do more damage on that particular attack, and even sometimes potentially that's unfortunate. That 1 in 5 chance means that some of his special moves will sometimes do extra damage or have extra properties, which means that functionally, you play Shingo, you're kind of gambling a little bit, but if the gamble pays off, you do big damage. Bye. Down. That's not the move I wanted. Going down. Burn Knuckle. Buster Wolf. Yeah. So yeah, as y'all can see, right, KOF is a very high damage game, and every time one of your characters gets knocked out, you get a free super meter, and you're allowed to carry more super meters, right? So our first characters were limited to like a maximum of like 3 super meters. Once I got to my second character with Orochi Shermie, I'm allowed to use 4, and right now the Vanessa I'm fighting against can use 5. If they can get that much, right? So now, because I lost, I was already at 4 meter. I'm gonna get an extra one for free. Which means basically if I get like a good touch or two, they're not gonna have a good time. If. Good. I didn't get to pop off a lot there, but like Darlie, this character that I'm using, her main thing is that the reason why I keep her as my last character is that if Darlie catches you jumping with one of her special moves in particular, there's one that she has that basically is just like, welcome to Pain Town. It is a very good setup for just like people just don't have a good time if she catches you with it. And that's why I keep her as last, because if I catch them with it, I can then burn all my meter and kind of make regrets happen. That's fair. I forgot. There we go. I was like, I'm trying to remember the input for Shingo kick this whole time. That's fair. Yeah, Shingo's main thing, while his buttons are a little slow and he doesn't have projectiles, he can still do, especially if he gets lucky with, I didn't do a great showing there, but if Shingo gets lucky with his criticals and things like that, he can be, kind of a fucking nightmare. It's very scary, but, you gotta be real careful about that. Mm-hmm. 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 Let him strike. Yeah, Orochi Shermie, her main thing is just zoning people out and not engaging at close range. She can if she has to, but she prefers not to if she has the option. But she can. That might have been a little excessive on my part. I wanted to make sure I got the kill. So the problem is that basically now I have no meter at all, which makes using Orochi Shermie a lot harder. I can't capitalize off of as much. I have to be a lot more careful. Wrong one. As y'all can see, right? The main thing is that, in particular with Orochi Shermie, right? Because she's really good at keeping her distance from people, right? Once you have meter, as well as the ability to sort of like space people out, she does really good, and you don't really have to worry about a lot. I'm just switching teams real quick because as much as I do like Shingo, I would have to practice with him a lot more to really make a good showing. And I'm kind of in the mood to like kind of like pop off tonight because it's Black History Month. So, you know, I'll run Shingo in training mode so you can sort of get an idea of how he works. But as far as like actual matches, I'll stick probably to like the team that I use most frequently. So the thing about Shingo, like I was saying before, is that his moves have like a 1 in 5 chance of doing a crit if they're normal, or 2 in 5 chance if it's the EX version. So if you use 2 punch buttons instead of 1, right, there's a chance that this move will have a critical effect where it causes a wall bounce, and then it allows Shingo to do other combos off of that, right? Same thing with like his shingo kick and things like that. So yeah, the main thing though is that what this means for Shingo is that a lot. It's not that he's completely useless if he doesn't like get critical hits, but that getting critical hits has a large effect on the effectiveness of his combos to a certain extent, right? And the opportunities that he has for getting combos without crits are mostly limited to like making sure that you carefully use like this launcher correctly or things like that. It's doable. It's just tricky, and you have to be very. You have to be very. You have to be sort of very attentive to it. Okay, it is that one. So. It's one of those things where, like, Shingo is a relatively strong character as far as these things go, but his buttons are a little bit slower to come out because he's a little clumsy. And while he has this for doing like overheads, right? He has this for a low, and a lot of other like really nasty things. Even like, for example, a command grab. So he has like a lot of options for kind of like really messing with people. Especially if you're able to get like crits and things like that. So even without crits, he can put out some degree of damage. But if you're like, if you really, really, really want like your best damage as Shingo, you have to get really, really lucky, basically. Like very lucky. And for some people, if you're like, I really want my damage to be more consistent, I really don't want to have to like rely on luck in order to like actually get like, I don't want to rely on luck in order to get my best damage. Shingo might not be your character, but overall, and you have to get used to the fact that he doesn't have like projectiles or things like that. So you have to have a really good understanding of system mechanics in order to really understand how to get around characters that do have projectiles and things like that. But if you can live with that, Shingo is a very good character, and he's a lot of fun, and he does a lot of damage. Hang on, I may have to put this on. I'm gonna try casual match and see if that gets me more fights. Now, Rock, on the other hand, different from Shingo. Rock is sort of a little bit more jack of all trades, right? He has a fireball that travels along the ground, so you can hop over. You can hop over the fireball, for example. But if he throws the light one, he has enough time. If you jump over it at the wrong angle, to just kind of like pop you out of the air, right? So he has. So like the main thing with Rock, right? He has fireballs and other such things that are very good for like just letting him kind of do just all-rounder things, you know. Throw a fireball, maybe do an anti-air attack with like rising tackles, with a rising tackle and things like that. He's much more of an all-rounder compared to Shingo being like really about like rush down. And in particular, Rock is good in more or less any position. Alright. Ah, Kula. What a character. That's fair. Oh. Yeah. Kula as a character just generally has really good what we call normals. A lot of her regular attacking buttons are really obnoxious. It can be a little difficult to work around them because they're built for like helping her control space really well and are generally really fast. I also haven't fought a Kula in like I haven't played this game in a couple of weeks, and Kula is generally psychologically one of my worst matchups anyway, so that doesn't really help. Yeah, like psychologically, Kula is one of my worst matchups just because I've been used to staring down a Kula, having her do obnoxious jump stuff a bunch of times and then kill me immediately, just because I'm kind of careless. Better punish that. Yep. Yeah. So, right. Traditional line of thought here would be like, oh wow, Kula's broken, blah blah blah. No. I definitely pressed a couple buttons there when I shouldn't have been pressing buttons, and part of that is my fault. I think I sort of have an idea. Pardon me, excuse me, that was a little gross. I sort of have an idea of the thing that they want to do here, and I sort of have a plan for dealing with it, but if I'm not a little more proactive, I'm going to have a harder time. Be careful about that. Damn. Yep, they did that one so that I would wake up into the ice breath and have to block it. I'll probably do it again. Yeah, like there. You see how they timed it? They were trying to get it so that I would. They were trying to get it so that I would. They were trying to get it so that when I stood up, I'd have to block the ice breath immediately. Wow. And because they'd already done most of the animation for the ice breath while I was down, I would have to block that. They would have finished moving while I was still blocking it, and then, we go from there. Okay. Benimaru is a little tricky because... Yeah, trying to anti-air Benimaru is a little... Trying to approach Benimaru from the air is a little difficult because his Raijinken, if you do it at the wrong angle, or if you try to jump at the wrong time, because of where his Raijinken aims and how big the hitbox on it is, it's very good at stuffing jump attempts. It's not a thing where it's like, oh, like you can't, like he can't be attacked while doing it, but it is a thing where if you don't time it, if he times it correctly, like he'll kind of just stuff you out of the air with it. Didn't want to do that one. But the main thing, such as it is that Benimaru, because he's really good at that. Fuck. I mean, crap. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I gotta work on that a little. Yeah, so the main thing about King of Dinosaur, as y'all have noticed, he has grabs. Some of his moves have what's called an armor point, where if you try to hit him out of them, if he doesn't move and he has an armor point on it, if you try to hit him, you die, basically. Well, you don't literally die, but he'll guard point it, go through it, and hit you anyway. So you get around that with throws. Wow, they jumped and just put in the command. I respect it. Shoot, I wanted to get... I should have had faith that they were going to jump again, but I wasn't sure. I got scared. But if they jumped again, I would have caught them with that same hook move, slammed them down, and done 2 supers, and it would have been a done deal. But I hesitated, and I got done up. Stinks, but you know, it is what it is. See. So yeah, I figured I was gonna get a chance to run them again because they may turn me down because they just may not want to fight me again, which is fair. But the main thing with KOF 15, okay, no, this is good. I get to do the run back. So the main thing as far as this particular player goes, right? And I know the reason why they put Benimaru out front. Largely because I have a habit of like staying in the air a lot when I'm trying to approach. Their idea is that by using Benimaru, right, they have Raijin Ken to use as an anti-air deterrent on their end to keep me out of the air as much, right? Benimaru also has pretty long limbs, so that it also kind of helps. Oh. I didn't want to do that. But yeah, as y'all can see, right? The main idea is that with Benimaru, his Raijin can nullify projectiles, right? It also lets him cover the space like right in front of him for hops and things like that. Wrong thing. Dang. I saved it, but just barely. So, 40 seconds left gives me back enough health to maybe be a little bit, yeah, not quite at 50%. So one of the name of Josuke Higashikata has that thing on his head. Your character though. I appreciate who you're thinking of, but you're thinking of the wrong person. Whew! Just barely saved that. You're thinking. You say Josuke Higashikata, but you really mean Jean-Pierre Polnareff. You say Josuke Higashikata, but you really mean Jean-Pierre Polnareff. You're welcome. Are you gonna jump? Why'd you do that? That's fair. IDK gave you the same energy as Josuke, not Polnareff, but... And there's the kill. There's a reason explicitly why I'm saying Polnareff. If you literally look at Benimaru's old outfit from KOF 94, he's literally dressed like Polnareff. Trust me, it's Polnareff. It has always been Polnareff. Because like, his outfit in KOF 94 is the same singlet and pants that Polnareff was wearing. So yeah, 100% Polnareff. Yeah. It's because Benimaru is like a fashionista sort of dude that it's like, it's not as obvious. So his outfit now is meant to be themed more with the team that he's working with in this game. But in like the older KOFs, in the older ones, absolutely Polnareff. Oh, whoops. Wrong move. Yeah, so the main thing about... Sorry, my brain turned off for a second because I was trying to think about what was going on here. I got perfect, it is fine. But yeah, the main thing with Kula and how you deal with Kula is that you have to make her quit things, right? Or... You have to mostly like make her whip things or call out the hops like that. And that's kind of how you deal with Kula. And try not to get hit by like the lows. Primarily. Wow. Okay, they actually did wake up Ray Spin. So, the main thing that this particular player doesn't do a lot, even with Kula, they don't like to do like wake up DPs and things like that, so it's like, okay. And as a King of And now as a King of Dinosaurs player, there are two things that this person does. They jump a lot, and they like to do armor setups. It's those two things that I have to deal with, basically. If I can deal with those things consistently, I should be fine, but I may have a hard time because of this stuff. Fuck, I thought I jumped it. Or crud, I thought I jumped it. I keep saying the no-no words, even though we're on the shelf, and I have to work on that. I gotta work on that. We're on the Black Billion shelf, but I keep saying the no-no words by accident. My bad. Did I not put the donate thing on a timer? I have to check that after this match. Yeah, the main reason why this person put, because I remember talking about this, I didn't finish the thought. They put Benimaru out front so that I would have a harder time like contesting range, because Benimaru has pretty noodly limbs, and with Raijin Ken he can cover a lot of anti-projectile approaches and things like that. I forgot to turn off that alert for Nightbot also. The game that we are not playing, the game that we're playing does none of that. So, it's... get rid of that. Alright. Now, these are things I could have had fixed before we started, but I got distracted by work, and that happens. So... that's fair. So yeah, their idea is that Benimaru is supposed to shut down a lot of like my zoning approaches because it's Benimaru, and then when Kula has meter, she basically, whenever Kula has meter, basically, she just has a lot more room for like confirms and other such things, which is why they put Kula second. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, because like this is the main thing, right? When Kula has meter, basically anytime she gets like 2 or 3 2Bs, it's like, alright, then haha, EX Ray Spin, EX Ray Spin go burr, right? That's the basic idea behind how Kula as a character kind of operates. Damn. And that's why they put Kula second, so that they could just do stuff like that. Like, haha, like, oh, haha, lol, I got two crouching 2Bs, Ray Spin go burr. Which is fair. It's not like that's like a cheap tactic, it makes sense. It's aggravating, but it works. So I can't hate that. I mean, crap. Yeah. King of Dinosaurs is not impossible. He's just annoying to fight because it's one of those things where you have to spend a lot of time... you have to spend a lot of time getting used to what the specific King of Dinosaurs player is going to do as far as like armor points and other like whether or not they're going to try to armor through certain things that you have in mind or whatever it is, right? So the main thing is that the main thing, such as it is, right, is that when you're fighting against King of Dinosaurs, you have to spend a lot of time. You have to spend a lot of time adjusting to specifically whether or not the person is going to throw. Is going to try to go for throws. How many times they're going to armor point and things like that. So it's not like impossible, and it's not like he's busted. It's just you have to pay more attention to what you're gonna do, right? Okay, Antonov. I'm not. Okay, here we go. Have we stabilized a little bit? Yeah, Antonov doesn't have a lot of guard points like King of Dinosaurs does, but he still hits really hard. And the main thing is that his limbs are just really freaking big. So it's one of those things where his limbs are just really big for no reason. So it's like, well, okay, well, not for no reason. It's because the whole point is that he's supposed to like kind of cover space by putting his limbs in big spots that are like really awkward to contest. He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have armor points or anything, but he doesn't really need them. It's one of those things where it's like, lol, Lamau. I hit you with meat. I hit you with meat hand, and things hurt. Dolores, the best way to describe her is that she has some zoning and spacing applications to her kit, more or less, and has some lockdown elements to it as well. Fair. I don't know how many times you've seen this game, but it's the first I've ever noticed a little band playing in the background of the stage. Yeah, the lighting is a little is a little tricky-ish, and with as much movement as I do, it's kind of hard to see. Dang it, it's Hydern. Okay, so Hydern's main thing. You remember how I said Benimaru has really long limbs, right? Hydern's limbs are even longer, and his moveset is basically designed to just be very obnoxious, wall stall kind of thing. He can still do like a lot of damage, and he still is like he can be a very aggressive character when he needs to be, but like Hydern's main thing is that like man just has like long limbs and just kind of like annoys you with like stuff like this a lot. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wow. That's unfortunate. I'm not gonna run that back because the rollback numbers are jumping too much. That connection's not stable. That's not even a joke on Orochi Shermie's part because literally the Hydern went for a climax super. No, we're not fighting again because I can't read that person's name because it looks like a string of gibberish. But yeah, we're not doing that. That's what we call a daga kotowaru. Is the simplest way to put that. Because that person, my connection with them was jumping all over the place, and I'm not doing that. No, I'll wait till I fight somebody else. Yeah, the band is a little bit hard to see usually because I'm either moving around a lot or I'm covering up the spot where they're at. And I don't always get my choice of stage, which is that one, so it'd be easy for you to miss it. I am not fighting that person again. We're not doing it. Okay, it doesn't work anymore, right? Oh, that's us, though. Oh, that's actually pretty good. So, what I mean by that doesn't work anymore. So, it used to be that you could do... So what I'm doing here with Rock, right, is 2B, which is crouching light kick, right? 2B, 2B. So 2BB, and then I stand up and I do a 5, right? So it's like this. You used to be able to do, in the patch right before Shingo came out, you used to be able to do that, and it would be a 5-hit combo. Now it's not, but you can still do this. So you have to work a little harder in order to get it to actually come together. But you can still do a clean almost 400 damage off of that, if you know what you're doing. Good. Dang. I was like, yes, good, I'm free. And then it didn't work. Okay, so I can talk about a mechanic that I did use a lot with Orochi Shermie that I haven't explained. So, there is, amongst all of KOF's myriad forms of cancels, you may notice that up there above my super meter at the bottom, it says max mode OK. So what this means is, max mode, if you press heavy punch and light kick together, you engage max mode, right? If you activate it raw, you basically get a damage buff, and you're allowed to use level 1 supers for free, basically. While level 2 supers only cost 1 meter, and functionally speaking, right, climax supers are free, right? So I can do this. Hang on, I have to do this correctly. As soon as my brain decides to get this right. So, right? Basically, right? I got functionally for free-ish. I was able to get that whole combo to kind of come together, right? And this is what we call a max mode activation. So when you do the one when you're just kind of like standing around, you get a damage buff. You can also still regain meter while you're actively doing it, right? Or while you're actively using it. And most importantly, right, your EX moves don't cost super meter while you're doing it. They just take chunks out of the max meter instead. However, you can also, however, cancel into max mode off of normal moves like I just did, and that's called quick max. With quick max, you don't get the damage buff, and the overall time is reduced, but because there's like an auto dash and a time stop sort of added into quick max, right? You can use it to create combos that normally you wouldn't be able to get, right? So with like a quick max, even if it's like, oh yeah, I hit from out here, right? Even if you hit from like way out there, if you have enough meter for a quick max, you'll need like 2 super meter stocks for that. You get a quick max off, and it's like, well, lol, alright, here we go. Like Royal Rumble, right? And that's kind of one of the core conceits of why meter management is really important in KOF, because, right, especially considering that as you lose more characters, both versions of max mode will last for longer, and you get more meter that you can hold in total anyway. So, having a good idea of how to manage your meter, right? Knowing what characters kind of work best up front, where they don't need a lot of meter, where they ideally don't use a lot of meter in order to put out a decent amount of damage, right? That's why Rock works really well as a point character, because he can do pretty respectable amounts of damage for like 1.5 bars of meter, 1 bar of meter, little things like that, right? He can make it work pretty well, even with just like 1 meter, 1.5 meter, things like that, right? And so, when you're picking characters in KOF, right, as far as like building your team and trying to sort of figure out, hey, so like who is it that I am working with ideally? Who is it that I am trying to like really operate with here, and all that other kind of stuff, right? When you're thinking about how you put together your KOF team, and at first, really, like playing who you want is not a bad option either. But one of the things that you start thinking about as you get more used to it, right, are things like which characters tend to be pretty. You want to think about sort of like which characters kind of operate best with minimal amounts of meter. For example, King, who I also used to run as a point character and who's very good as a point character. King, right, has a pretty good selection of command normals to choose from. He has a pretty good selection of like command normals and things to choose from that she has a pretty good selection of like command normals and things to choose from that lets her be really flexible in terms of like, hey, I can hop over lows or do other such things, right? If I can do, right? So we can do things like in the corner, for example, like King for King for like a full meter in the corner could probably do something like, let me see if I can pull it off. In the corner, right? Even if you're just like, I'm gonna do like this. for 1 meter, and she builds back some of the meter while she's doing that, mind you, right? So we do right? And that's a good, mind you, it's corner combo, so it doesn't work at like mid-screen. That doesn't work at like mid-screen, but as a corner combo, 391 damage is not nothing, right? It's very good. It's pretty good as far as damage goes in this game. $327 and they're pushed out and you can zone again, right? So like, the main thing about King, right, is that she works well as a point character because you don't need a lot of meter to be efficient with her, really, or to like get some really good stuff with her, right? Even off of something like this. That's good, 344 damage, right? And if I choose not to like go, if I choose not to go ham on like EX moves, right? I can do like, and I basically almost have, I spent half a bar for that, and I almost made all of it back in just one combo, right? So it's that kind of stuff that you sort of wind up considering more carefully, right? It's sort of that stuff that you wind up considering more carefully. That you wind up considering more carefully as you get more into KOF. It's like, okay, cool. So like I have characters that are really cool and everything, but like which ones? And again, it's not like something you have to sweat when you start playing right away immediately. But it's just one of those things where as you get more used to the game, right? You sort of want to start thinking about like what characters happen to be really good at hanging out in the point position where they can build a lot of meter and not spend very much of it at the same time, right? You have them build up meter and not spend that much to do damage and things like that. And then when it comes time to, if you lose your point character, for example, if they build up enough meter, they passed on enough meter to your mid character, then now your mid character gets a good hit or two, and it's like, all right, pop off, right? And that's kind of the thing that you wind up considering in all this as you get more used to playing KOF. Ooh, that was good. Ugh. Ouch. But yeah, you see what I mean now with Shingo, right? Like, that one critical messed me up bad. So like with Shingo, a lot of it is that, with Shingo, a lot of it is that while it looks like, oh yeah, he's just like a jokey character and he's not that good, he's pretty dangerous actually. It's just a matter of like you have to be comfortable with very specific things about how he works. That's fair. Good RED. Good. Got me. So, for clarity's sake, right? Specifically, Shingo, the character I'm fighting now, Shingo is basically using like what appear to be dime store versions of a lot of Kyo's moves. And while they may appear to lack in effectiveness in certain aspects, again, Shingo is still much better as a character than the goofiness of his moves might imply. So like, don't let that fool you at all. They want to do that. Well. Too close and I got thrown. So, the important thing to note about throws in this game in particular is that throws in this game, if you're going to grab somebody and throw them like I just got thrown, basically you have to be really up close to them and you press either... ooh. Okay, yeah, they're going to try to bait jump. They're going to try to bait anti-airs out of me. Because they know that if I catch them with one, it's kind of a fucking wrap. It's kind of a wrap. And they're gonna keep doing that to kind of like fake me out of. I gotta hold on to at least a little meter. There we go. That was a knowledge check. I was checking to see if they know how that move works. They don't, but that's not going to work twice. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and Rugal, as you've noticed, Rugal also has long limbs and a lot of Rugal also has long limbs and a lot of like space coverage as the main thing you have to deal with when you fight against him. The way that you get around it is you force him to whip things and you try not to jump into the lasers. The laser is specifically for trying to cover, at the height that it travels, it's covering high approaches from far out, is mostly what it's for. Oh, that's fair. Ah. Wrong one. Nope, shouldn't have done that. And so, literally, if Shingo had gotten the extra animation where he fell on me after that set of kicks, I would have died. So, I will reiterate again, like, Shingo is a really dangerous character. I almost cussed again, but I remembered to be careful this time. Yeah, Shingo is a very dangerous character. Like, it may appear at first that it's like, nah, he's just like goofy dime store Kyo, but no, he's like actually really legitimately dangerous as a character with the right things that pop off for him. Like he is. Like, don't underestimate him. Careful about RED kicks. Yeah, like those. Because of how fast that comes out. Ooh. Hmm. Fudge! Let's see. I gambled there. I was intending to do that and then do another move specifically that reaches forward a bit more to see if I could that, because I was trying to force a thing. I couldn't get around that. Okay. So yeah, that's the main thing that this Rugal is going to try to go for, I think. Lots of like trying to force me to jump over Repukens to catch me out with like Genocide Cutter and things like that. I thought that he would not recover quickly enough from that, but that's fine. That's also fair. I'm dead. I tried, but I'm not gonna say nobody plays Rugal, but so few people play him that I don't have an understanding about how to fight against him. But it happens. I'm not upset. Loss is a loss. But yeah, the main thing that like Rugal has going for him that you sort of have to learn how to work around is a lot of what you saw there, right? Where he'll use Reppuken to force you to jump, even like short hops, and then it's like, okay, if I did that and I'm far out away from you enough, I'll just like throw eye laser afterward to aggravate you, and then it's like, well, what are you gonna do about that? And that's kind of part of just the matchup, and that's why this is the same person I just fought, and that's why they put Rugal up front, because now I have to deliberately try to work around his Reppuken against Rock's Reppuken, as well as like lasers and things like that. So a lot of like my usual approaches are going to be stuffed out, and I have to make I kind of have to work around that now. And also he has Dark Barrier to like reflect when I do fireballs, so I also can't basically it's a lot of things where I can't carelessly stick my limbs out. I can't. She is a Samurai Showdown character base, that's the point. She's a crossover character. Alright, I never got to explain that, sorry. Sorry. I was in like head focus modes that came out a little sharper than I meant. Literally one of the last DLC character teams before Shingo came out is Team Samurai. So Darly Dagger is literally a Samurai Showdown character. So it's I meant to say more like it's funny that you say that because she literally is a Samurai Showdown character. Like that's the joke. This is like the third time that Samurai Showdown has been in a KOF. Damn it. He's still in the air. Yeah, you guessed. Yep, exactly. Like, literally guessed right the first time. But yeah, 95 for the Game Boy was the first time because Nakaruru was a character in that game, albeit hidden. KOF 14 put added Nakaruru along with two other not Samurai Showdown characters as members of the base roster, and then Team Samurai in this game is the DLC composition of Haomaru, Nakaruru again, and Darly Dagger. Didn't want to do that. Of course, there's enough of a gap. And I got hit by a laser again. Literally, you guessed perfect. How are you doing, base? Sorry, because I was in the middle of like fight. I was in the middle of fight mode, so my brain was like. But how are you doing? Hopefully well. Welcome on in. Ah, damn, that doesn't work. Unfortunate. Laser. Ah, God. I don't know if I can run this one back. Literally, unless as Kyo, Ultraman fucks up tremendously, I don't think I'm running this one back. And then I immediately press the wrong button for the thing I wanted to do. That's cool. Yeah. Ah. I botched the combo so bad. For the punish, I messed it up. I'm a little annoyed at myself, but that's my own fault. Hey, grinds my gears not fighting someone up to scratch. Shut up, Kyo. Or tag privilege ass. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see here. I might be able to. The main problem is that I don't have a really good way of forcing Rugal to overextend the way that I would like. I'm gonna have to get a lot. Ah, damn, couldn't land in time. Nope, can't do that anymore. Whew. Yeah, basically, literally all I was trying to focus on in that. The main thing I was trying to focus on in that entire fight was just deliberately catching all of the whiff genocide cutters. That's basically the only real chance I had to get punishes off. Got hit by RED so many times though. I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that. I wanted to get mid-range electric kiss. I really did. And now I ate so much crap for that, and that annoys me. Ah, jeez. Ah. I know that they're gonna want to run back. Or not. Whew. Okay. I gotta see. I might be able to make this work against Shingo. I might not. A little more meter, but not that much. It's gonna be a little difficult. Mostly because this person is... Damn. Yeah. Yep. They didn't get EX. They didn't get crit off of that EX, though. Because otherwise that would have been really nasty. That's not the punish. Much. Yeah. And that's what I was worried about, because it's... Okay, then why did you flick down to request room match if you weren't gonna do it? That's annoying. But yeah, the main thing is that because of like just how big Rugal's limbs are, it's one of those things where the reason why they put Rugal first in that matchup is deliberately so that I kind of have to like deal with the fact that like Rugal's limbs are obnoxiously freaking long, and that he can force a lot of like dealing with scrambles in terms of like, oh yeah, hey, I have this thing. Not scrambles, that's not the right word. He can do a lot of like coverage of the air if he makes you jump with the Reppuken really high out. The main thing is that Rugal is not super agile in particular. Okay, Clark. Ah. He also has guard points like King of Dinosaurs does, which is why it's like reasons why I don't like fighting against Clark. He has guard points like King of Dinosaurs does, but is more agile. Like KOD will put out more raw damage off of certain individual interactions, but Clark basically is just really good at blender style stuff. So like even though Clark is a grappler, right? He basically is like Giant Vortex mix up the movie The Game, which is really obnoxious to deal with. Mm-hmm. And basically, my whole thing is that she will just throw fans at you and not engage until you make a mistake, and then it's like he's all over you, basically. Like Mai does not like to directly engage you until you have messed up enough that she can get away with it. Otherwise, she'll just annoy you with fans and like jump CD and things like that. Like this, basically, right? Oof. So yeah, Mai's kind of annoying in that sense. Like she'll throw fans a lot and use her jumping. The C, what I call the CD, is her blowback attack. Okay, it's regular Shermie. So regular Shermie, unlike Orochi Shermie, is a grappler. So while Orochi Shermie like wants to kind of keep people out and like aggravate them with like this stuff, regular Shermie wants to close and throw you. And despite like appearances, like regular Shermie does have pretty good movement speed, and it's pretty quick. And yep, Bop also has really good a really good wake up game in terms of like, oh yeah, like you know, hey Vallejo. But yeah, regular Shermie is still pretty quick and has relatively good buttons on top of having like really pretty decent like command throw setups and things like that. She doesn't have as much like obnoxious like haha you're in the blender as like Clark does, but she basically outputs more raw damage off of the right interactions than he does. This should, I hope, kill. Yep. But that's why I have Darlie as anchor, because the main thing about Darlie in particular is that she all she really has to do when she has meter is catch you, even if it's not like an anti-air thing like that. If Darlie catches you one time with the right button and she has meter, you die, pretty much. Which is why she works best for me personally as an anchor character, because it's like, oh, okay. Haha, pun, because she's also a shipwright. Ah, damn it. No, I should have done the other combo. I would have killed. Ah, Charlie's a carpenter, and a weapon is a It's a saw blade, a caliper, a hammer, and a drill. So yeah, Clark is an annoyance. He's really good. The main thing is that Clark's main thing is that he's all mix primarily. So if you don't get to enforce, gotta charge out of the mix. Oh my god, base. This isn't gonna kill, but it's gonna hurt a lot. Oh no, I got hit. That's a little sloppy on my part, but it happens. My attempt.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the winner.
There we go. Night finally remembered to do the thing. So yeah, for people who are not here or have not been here for Black History Month, we do charity fundraising during Black History Month. So if that is your thing, if you want to see me do push-ups, sit-ups, ski to bean, boozled bean, or if you are just here to support Black trans people, right? Donation link is over there. As always, you're not obligated to give, and Sundays will be when we are specifically playing the games that are specially focused around Black History Month. Fridays will continue to be Fighting Fridays, but Sundays we'll be playing Validate Volume 1, which is a visual novel about dating in the fictional town of Jersey City, mostly focused on the experiences of Black and brown people dating as youngsters and things like that. Most notably, right, it features several Black people. It features several Black people, and that's why we're going to be playing it. That will be Sundays, though. If you're just here for fighting games, then, yeah, all you have to do is come on Fridays. To be fair, worst puns I could have used, not bad enough to get me sent to the corner, but you would have given me the eye. Because it has to be the light version or it just doesn't work. Cool. I used to play King on Point a long time ago. I kind of still know how to do it, but I kind of still know how to play King as a point character in place of Rock, but not as well as I would like. Not as well as I would like anymore. Anyway. So like I can kind of still play King as a point character if I really want to. It's not as well as I used to be. Anyway, I've been doing alright, plotting out a few short stories for another anthology. Excellent. Not a combo I'd actually ever really get to do with King that often, because I don't. When I do use King, I only use her as like a point character. Okay. Oh no. Oh, that's terrible. Please, please. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. I wasn't looking at the the ping. 267 milliseconds. That is not ideal in the way that water is a little bit wet. This is not going to be great. Probably.
Round one. Ready? Go.
Honestly, if it stays stable-ish, then I can make it work. But if it jitters around a lot, which it might, I'm not in for a good time. Actually, relatively speaking, it's not actually that bad. At least on this end, it's not as bad as I was hoping. Basically, it looks by and large like we are holding it somewhere around 4 to 5, which is within, like, 4 to 5 is within my tolerance as long as we're not getting repeated V-simulations, right? If we're not repeatedly, like, having to actually resync, then I can live with like this much. It's not that bad. But pardon my lack of understanding and forgive me if I'm wrong, but the short answer is that basically speaking, it's not. I'm trying to think of like the proper way to explain it without botching it because I sort of know how it works, but not quite. The short answer functionally is that with rollback, the game will generally assume when it's doing the communication that the input that you're doing will not have changed from point A to point B, and if it turns out that you got out of sync with the other player somehow, it will roll it back to the last time you were in sync, and basically do it that way. So it is kind of like that, but it's not making a guess in terms of like what are you going to press next. It's what did you press the last time we were in sync? Okay, let's assume that that is going to be the thing that stays. And that's more or less the way that it does the prediction. If you look up, I believe that Code Mystics has done a video explaining generally how it works. A pretty sensible one. Let me see if I can go find it, because... Oh, by the way, don't I think VIPs are exempt, but if you're not a VIP, don't post links without getting clearance first, because for security settings reasons I had to make sure that links were disabled from randos as part of getting on the Black History Month shelf. So please do not drop unattended links in the chat. Code Mystics roll back. Yeah, here it is. So if you want a basic primer from a company that is generally pretty good, here. Okay. No, I do not want to hear Lord Knight telling me about whether or not what's her face is struggling. But yeah, basically speaking, the short answer about how rollback works is more or less what I said. I might have gotten some of the details wrong, but the basic idea is that with rollback, right, it'll take the two players' inputs. And most of the time, it will kind of just sort of make a prediction based on what you were pressing that, X, Y, Z will continue for this many frames. If that turns out to be wrong, we synchronize it. And then that's where the actual rollback comes from, because it will step back in time to the point where you were synchronized and then re-go from there. If there is basically a discrepancy between the two players insofar as like the expected results of the simulation. Oh, I forgot to put my... Hang on. I forgot to put my controller display thing on screen. Nobody... Well, not that it was anybody's responsibility to remind me. I just forgot. So let me go fix that. Controller display... this thing right here. The main reason why people are basically really intent about, like, hey, we need rollback in fighting games. Hey, we need rollback in fighting games is because, generally speaking, by no means is like rollback like a perfect predictive model. It's not. But generally speaking, right, it generally speaking, in a very general sense, rollback happens to be exceptionally good at we're not doing that. Rollback can sort of help compensate for not great connections by virtue of the fact that you basically have to be able to replay the game state from like any given point in time in order for rollback to work correctly. And a lot of the networking that goes into that generally makes things a little bit easier to parse out. That combo though, hey Sin, how you doing? No, where's Luong? I wish I had a little bit more, I just wish I had a little more room in my head to actually play Luong more frequently. She's one of my favorite newcomers in King of Fighters 14, but like, not fucking up her stuff is really hard. Where is she? I can't even remember where this character is. There we go. Yeah. And in the position I normally run King in, I wouldn't even get to use that combo normally anyway, because how you doing, Sin? Hopefully well. God damn it! Oh, it's the same person. So it won't be as bad as it normally is with that. But I was trying to keep spinning the wheel until I got somebody else. So let's see. Thrown. Oh, okay, that's where. That's where it feels off because of how much. Because of the amount of we don't have a lot of rollback frames, but because of the amount of the high ping is making it really hard for me to actually properly do my confirms because my inputs are a lot. My inputs are more delayed because of how high the ping is. Because of how high the ping is, my inputs are more delayed when I'm putting them in, and things aren't coming out as quickly. So, I can't rely as much on combos, I think. Yeah, right? Like, my tempo is all off. I'm gonna get hit by whatever they throw out, yeah. So basically I'm gonna have to just like play really cool and not exert myself a lot because if I go for too many complicated things, I'm gonna drop it more often, which is annoying. I'm gonna drop it more often than not. I try to go for really complicated things. Basically, I'm gonna have to kind of like slowly wear them down. Yeah, now you can tell, right? Now it's spiking so hard that like, yeah, it's spiking like bad. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see if it'll eventually either. Yeah, that is a very long. And somehow we are still technically connected. Okay, good. Guess I did get the Mergo kill. At least the band in the back is alright. The text on the screen don't give a damn. Yeah, it's just going like, yeah, like haha, text go blur. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to fight this person again. Because wherever they live, whatever they're doing, they should have known better than to accept this. It's like, I'll play whoever. It's like, don't do that, actually. Jesus, this is horrible. Okay, so we're mashing super till we get lucky and you hit with something. That's cool. Okay, good. We made it.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
私の形は天下の裁き。この敗北はあなたへの罰ということよ。
It really is divine punishment because you made me have to sit. You have to make me sit this that slideshow. Stop fighting me. Stop accepting matches where the connection is bad. Stop. Part of that is also directed at me and not just at them, but also at me for doing that. No. Much better.
Select order.
Even if it means I gotta fight Clark again, I don't care. I'll take that over Slideshow Chris. Because he... oh, boy, howdy.
Mission start. Round 1. Ready? Go!
Nope. Hey! Nah! I knew that was coming. I had a feeling. I didn't know, but I'm like, somewhere in there is going to be one of those. I said another no word, and I'm not supposed to. I gotta be careful about that. On the shelf. But whatever. That's fair. Mm-hmm. No, I wanted to throw you! I wanted to throw you! Ah, I waited too long. but it might not have worked out anyway. Maybe if I'd done the other overhead kick, I might have not gotten hit by that, but eh. Ooh. Okay. Little bit of breathing room, just a little. Just a little. Clark is the scariest person on the team. Not that their Mai is bad, based on the last time I fought them, but like Clark is a lot harder to deal with because it's Clark. With Mai, a lot of it is like just kind of being patient enough to work around the projectiles and things like that. Misread the distance and went too far over. But the reason why I didn't dump as much meter is because I would prefer to have Darlie come in closer loaded to Bear than anything else. Case in point. Yahoo! Because the main thing is that unless they're really careful with the Shermie, unless they're really careful with how they use their Shermie, I'm going to probably have a better chance of like being able to like if I stop doing careless things like that, I have a better chance of like actively kind of Nope. Am I top? Yeah, never mind. I got too ahead of myself there for a second. I was feeling myself too much there, and I deserve that. I got messed up because I was feeling myself too much. I was like, their Shermie isn't as scary, and I wasn't. Were my whispers careless? Shush. Michael has nothing to do with any of this. Leave him out of it. You hush.
Mission start. Round 1. Ready? Go!
Ah! Damn. It's okay. If I'm not careless at the start of this round, I should be able to minimal damage pull through. Yeah, I will get back almost all my health. If I don't get full health back, I should be close to like 95%. If I don't get full health back. Because that round lasted like 8 seconds. Yep, nearly full.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go!
Hmm. You're dead. So you see, in the middle of that, I did the quick max, right? What they were trying to do before, when I was knocked down, was do the knee drop on an ambiguous side, so I wouldn't know which way to block. I blocked it correctly, got the punish, went into max mode, and pretty much deleted the life bar. Yeah, but now I more or less have to try to, basically speaking, if I can call out like 2 good jumps, maybe 3, then they're not gonna have a good time. But I have to make the right call on that and see if I can pull it off. And they're not gonna want to jump. All right, safe. Or at least if they're gonna jump, they're not going to jump while I can react to it. I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that. Fuck. Finish your plate. Why didn't you fucking do... I'm so annoyed at... Sorry. I keep... I'm gonna get kicked off of this Black Brilliant shelf because I can't stop saying no words. They won, but I'm annoyed because literally after they did the other throw, literally they could have killed me off of that interaction. And they didn't, and it annoys me from the perspective of somebody who is a Shermie player who would have immediately just done the super afterward to kill. The fact that they didn't do that aggravates me a lot because it's like, you literally had me. It was right there. You had me, and you botched it that bad. I got so angry for a second. I was just like, why would you do this? This is an insult. I feel personally insulted by virtue of the fact that you did not. Like, you could have finished the plate right there, and you didn't do it, and that personally insults me, and I don't appreciate that at all. Just for that, I'm going to sit and put together back a team that has, let me see. I think I can get away with Point Rock. I think I can put regular Shermie on mid and still get pretty good damage out of her, and then Darlie as my anchor. Just for that insult, this is the team I'm running. And if I run into this person again, I'm going to catch them. I'm going to catch them the hell up. They're going to get caught. I am just insulted. Absolutely insulted by the way that it's like, you literally could have just done super to finish me. And you're like, I'm not going to do it. It's like, case in point, right? Let me show y'all why I got so upset that I broke what I was supposed to do and said a no word by accident. Look at this. Free. Free. If I had been any less clumsy, right, I could have recovered from that. Let me phrase that. Because basically what they did, I don't remember the exact combo, but it's basically something like this, right? They did that and then ran up and then did another thing and they killed me, right? But if I hadn't botched after that point, I would have literally clapped them up because they were playing games and didn't properly finish their plate. They still got me, and I acknowledge that. But it's one of those things where it's like, you really should have just burned the extra meter and just killed me on the spot. Because if I'd gotten back up and hadn't messed up the follow up, then that would have been the match for you. Because KOF swings hard like that. Don't do that. You gonna DP? Nope. You gonna DP? Hmm. Nice bit of pace down. We'll see. If their Mary or their Rock really pops off, then it's trouble, but otherwise, I think I'm okay. Good. It's me, okay. Thank you. Yep. Up. There. Good. So, Mary has a move called Real Counter, where she kind of does this. She does like a little wave, and it looks like she's taunting you. But what happens is it's a dodge, and during that dodge, she can then do a backdrop suplex like the one she just did. So if you're trying to like bait out somebody like pressing buttons on you, you do Real Counter to backdrop Real, and then it's like, well, all right. Okay. Up. Got too close. Phew! Didn't get to do the command throw. I might not be able to do this. We have to see. It depends on what foolishness they do at round start. Okay. Up. Whew! Got the command throw. Alright, we gotta see. I have the meter advantage by a lot, but they're not doing a lot of jumping. I assume that they've fought enough Darlies at this point that they're like, they know to be less careless about getting into the air. Yep. There. Yeah. Okay. I had to kind of feel it out a little bit because I wasn't really sure what type of player I was dealing with. But okay. I don't have. I'm not gonna say that I have it like perfectly figured out, but this person is definitely more patient than I gave them credit for. So now it's more a matter of forcing them to become impatient, getting them jittery, and forcing them to overextend more than anything else. I gotta wait them out, I think. I have to wait them out a little bit and kind of bait them into like getting impatient and making mistakes. Kind of like that. And then I have to not be impatient myself. Yeah, case in point, right? It's one of those things where it's like yeah, I feel like their game plan is the least developed with K-Dash because they kept trying to like, you notice how they were like doing a lot of the same kind of jump approaches, and it's like, okay, I don't really have to engage you if I don't want to. They called it out. That's fair. That's fair. I hadn't really forced any respect to try to get away with that, so I kind of deserved that one. That's fine. Ah, mistimed the meaty. Oh, that's fair. I got too impatient. We gotta see, because I'm gonna be like at sub 30% health, I think, probably. Yeah, not ideal.
Now or never. Ready? Go! Who is going to take the win?
Alright. I'm at max meter, but also they are almost 2, so it's like, yeah. That's fine. Psychological pressure. I have to not fuck up, but... I had to not fuck up. But once I had the life lead, why did I have to approach? No reason. I had no reason to approach. So it's like, alright, just gotta chill. You know? I know that I've been saying psychological pressure a lot recently, as far as like this game is concerned, or as far as like fighting games in general have been concerned in terms of what I've been talking about recently. I've been talking a lot about psychological pressure, but this is why, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, all I really have to do is be in a position where once I have the life lead, I don't have to approach. Like, why should I? What reason do I have to approach? I don't.
Round one. Ready? Go!
So now the main problem is going to be that it's rock against rock, and their rock is pretty solid. So fair. We're gonna have to see. 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 Alright. So, here's more or less the deciding part. It's going to be a large part about whether or not I keep falling for the same things against their Blue Mary or not, or if I can... There we go. Psychological pressure. It's not going to kill. I don't think it's going to kill. Even though it won't kill, now I don't have to approach. Right? I can afford to take a couple trades and things like... Yeah. So sometimes, right, what you want to do is spend your meter. Because what will happen is, especially if it gives you a life lead early enough, right? Then all you really have to do is kind of just chill at that point, right? You don't have to, like at that point, you don't really have to like be like, oh, I got to run up on them and I got to end the match fast. Like, no. Once you have put somebody, right? Yeah. So like that's the thing, right? I know I like to say this a lot in terms of like talking like psychological pressure, but it matters because notice I threw that down, right? And it was like, all right, now that I've hit you with all of this nonsense, I no longer have to take the initiative here. I can sit back and I can chill. I can wait until you get so jittery or antsy or upsetty that you then run up and yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, like I do not have to, right? Once I put out enough damage on you, I do not have to approach you anymore, right? It is no longer my job to approach you. I can just kind of sit back and either you have to take the initiative and try not to like self-destruct, or, right? Like you have to take the initiative and not self-destruct, or I would have to run at you in order to spoil that. And it's like, I don't have any real reason to do that because why would I want to? It's like, now you are in a position where like you are the one under the emotional strain. You have to kind of like come up with an action now, and it's like, all right, what are you gonna do? And I think this is the part about fighting games that some people don't appreciate, I think, and that's the important thing to have a conversation about. Like a lot of people will look that kind of thing, like what I'm saying right now, right? Where I'm like, yeah, like sometimes the thing that you do is you just aggravate somebody by putting a bunch of damage on them, and then you let them mess it up, right? It's different from like, oh, you had somebody dead to rights and you didn't finish the combo. It's different from what happened with that person that I was fighting before when I was like, they could have killed me off of this interaction, they didn't, and I'm annoyed now. Right? What I did was a little different because I couldn't, or I think I could have, but I wasn't. I was thinking on like stress brain. No, the last match I couldn't have killed him off of that interaction. But when you can, you should, right? So if I do okay, that does work. That's a lot of meter, but that does work. That's cool. So let's see. That also works. So if I do that's 296. On the other hand, if I do okay, yeah, it's significantly more if I'm willing to dump a meter and a half. Alright, I have to switch the inputs, I think. Yeah, there we go. On Kokurai Koken, and that would have killed. So yeah, Orochi Shermi's the main reason why I use Orochi Shermi as like a mid character or an anchor character is because she needs like this kind of obnoxious nonsense. Itself there, haha. This kind of obnoxious nonsense where it's like, oh, okay, I did this, do this. Hang on, like I do this, I do this, do this, into this, into that, right? Like pulling off that nonsense is no. Now I'm curious about another thing. It's even more meter to spend, and it wouldn't be practical in certain circumstances, but I'm curious now. Oh, that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this works. Oh, this is going to be nasty. This is set up, right? And then you should be able to do Ankoku Raikoken after that. Oh, that's a lot of meter to burn, but that hurts a lot. If you really wanted to stunt on somebody, that's a lot of meter, but that's a lot of meter, but that's a lot of meter, but you could you'll have like maybe like a half left after all of that. It's like 4.5 meters, but the stuntage is real. You just do that. Oh my. And then if you cancel it correctly, you should be able to get Ankoku Raikoken after that. If I could do it with the right timing. If I could do it with the right timing. This is probably not practical, but it's swag, and that's the important part. Like, in terms of, like, is this a practical combo to ever do in a match? I don't know about that, but it is really swag. So we do the EX that, EX that, EX this. So bop 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 bop. And I have to just figure out. Oh right, I don't have to wait till I land. I can do. I'm doing the cancel too slow because I'm thinking about it like this version, which doesn't work the same. Okay, so bop bop bop. Hang on. Bop 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 bop. Okay, come on, brain. You had. Don't skip steps. And then right when it hits, you should be able to do Ankoku Raikoken and get the cancel. I'm waiting too long because I got it mixed up in my head. So this. There we go. Okay, but they're lifted too high, so you don't actually want it, and that's why it's not practical, because they're lifted too high because of yeah, they're lifted too high, so you probably don't actually want to do that if you're trying to cash out with meter. You probably want to limit yourself to either this chunk, or if you're getting it from like this, because then they're not launched too high. So probably the more practical way to do it is like it would be like, for example, Like, the more practical version is probably that. You do... Up, 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 up. Damn it. Okay. No, it's not practical at all to do it out. Okay. It's not practical at all. The main problem then is that basically, like, that part launches too high. So basically, if you're gonna do anything with Orochi Shermie where it involves, like, using two EX moves like that, you might as well just end with this, because it gives a hard knockdown. So what I mean by that is, if I can, yeah, go away. So what I mean by the hard knockdown is, when this hits, right, they have to, like, so, like, when this hits, right, they'll be forced to get up the slow way. Unlike with this, where they can, like, recover like that. If you hit them with this, like, they have to get up slow. Which means... obviously, they can block it, to be clear. They can block that, right? It's not a thing where it's like, oh, I put the kiss out on top of you so you can't block it. They can block that, obviously. But the main thing is that because I have to stand up into it, it's just... Whoops. This might be the last person I fight, so let's see. Okay. I was about to say, we can ease up on the rollback frames, though. That's fair. I might be able to make this work, but, like, the frames are jumping a bit, and I do not like it. I don't like it. I do not. Not ideal. Not ideal. The reason why I say that is because I got the max mode activation, but I didn't catch out with damage. So I basically burned 2 super meter for, like, nothing. Again, an Orochi Shermie needs at least a little bit to really get to do the things that she likes to do. Yeah. Okay, we're in an okay spot. Not super great. I'm not gonna spend a lot of meter with. I'm not gonna spend a lot of meter unless this person gets caught by a bunch of my nonsense. Just because ooh, raw max mode activation. And that's the reason why I didn't spend a lot. Mainly the reason why I didn't spend a lot. I could have actually, if I hadn't messed up after the flying kick, I could have probably done Ankoku by Koken and gotten a kill. But I botched it a little. So let's see. Yeah, again, I don't have to rush. Like, I know that the rollback frames are not ideal, but I don't really need to rush here. Yeah, like, I don't have to rush, right? Again. Like, once I got, Alright, I'll give them the run back. Because the rollback frame's a little rough, but I want to end on, like, a good note. But, like, the thing is, right? Again, psychological pressure, right? Once they, like, it's a thing where, like, once one of us has the life lead, it's like, why risk things? Comcast being racist towards PT so high. Hey, Squishy. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, I've been hearing a lot of a particular sound effect go off, and I'm like, okay, this means that shenanigans are happening. Alright, got the sweep. How you doing, Squishy? Hopefully well. Oh, wait. Oh, did we, like, oh, we straight up got the, oh, okay. Well, hey, guess stream's getting extended for like another half an hour because it's everybody from Nessa coming in and hanging out. Hey, everybody. Thank you, Sim, for the shout out. For people who may not happen to know me from the wine cellar, hi, my name is Sean. You can call me that or SJ. I play games, I make games. Games make me basically. We're playing some King of Fighters 15 and raising money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute because black trans people deserve love and support because they're all awesome. All of them. If you do ! Donate, you get the things that let you do the donating and the thing and the stuff. Who told you there was thirst in here? Y'all about to make me cuss while I'm on this Black Brilliance shelf, and I'm not supposed to do that. Y'all better, Y'all can't come in here and misbehave like that. That's not, you're alright. None of you right. DP. 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Fuck that shit. Baby, who's ready for damage? Alright, fine. We're gonna be ratchet tonight? We can be ratchet tonight. I can go an extra half an hour. Whatever. I'll go extra half hour, sure. But thank you so much for the hype. Thank you so much, Nessa, for resubbing for I can't even see how many months, but thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Come on, Kyo Kusanagi, come get this work. Ah! You tried it. Okay, now I feel a little bit more like popping off. This is good. This what? Like, y'all literally... I was literally like, alright, it's about that time. I should probably wrap up for the night, but nah. Now I'm awake. Now I'm motivated. And I messed up the... Shit. You didn't hit me with the taunt. You were like, what are you gonna do? Esther, you're playing Shimmy. What do you mean there's no thirst? There is no thirst in the Gauge Gang. There is no Warren Bossing saying there is no thirst in the Gauge Gang. He said, like a liar. Anyway. I know big lies being told, but go off. Hitting with not literally hitting base, metaphorically. Metaphorically, not like actual literally. The Gauge King is perpetually parched. Y'all are nasty. Y'all are exhausting. The ping is within toleration, but I'm afraid of what will happen with the rollback frames if I say yes to that fight. So we're not doing that. Yeah, hell with it. We'll go an extra half an hour to make up for Comcast being Comcast. To make up for Comcast being Comcast, I can go an extra half an hour, entertain y'all. We can have some fun. Do some stuff. Comcast is hella racist. Like, chipping, bugging, clowning. That said, I know I saw a Murgo kill tonight, so we take those. What are you drinking tonight? Nothing. What do you mean drinking? Drinking what? Like nobody's redeemed. I know that's also part of the thirsty joke, but also nobody's redeemed like a hydrate. So I literally have had nothing to drink, but I'm fine. It's all good. He is too much effort. I have juice in the apartment. Alright, I'll go. Thank you so much for the follow. We do keep our follows anonymous so that people can hang out and lurk and do what they need to do. No judgment zone. Taride, what do you drink? Alright. I'll go get like fucking Fanta or something. Let me go use the restroom first so that I don't literally go drink the Fanta and immediately have to get up. So restroom first, and then I'll come back with the drink. So I'm just gonna do on the AFK screen, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. A list of what? All I see is that Cosmo said something about SJ has a list. It's like, a list of what? Okay. Right. So I realize that there may be people, because Nessa's very rarely gets to actually raid into me. I realize that there are probably a bunch of people who know me but have never actually seen me play a fighting game on Fighting Friday, because usually I'm raiding into Nessa, not the other way around. So, quick breakdown of King of Fighters for people who don't know how it works. Traditionally, it is a 3-on-3 fighting game. Each player picks 3 characters. And each for the first, second, and third position. And every time, and the characters then face off 1-on-1. Every time a character loses, you go down the line to the next one. And whoever manages to lose all their characters first is the loser. The things about KOF that make it a lot more fast-paced than Street Fighter: you do not have to commit to full-size jump arcs if you don't want to. You can do much shorter and faster hops instead. Your characters usually have a run instead of like a dash like most Street Fighter characters do. And you can usually universally cancel your moves, or at least like a lot of your normal buttons, into command normals, which then cancel this EX specials or specials, and basically combos out the wazoo if you have the meter for it. This game is a lot more like very casually, oh, did I lay a hand on you? Haha, lol, now you die. Than certain other fighting games are. I'm going to get to demonstrate this right now, assuming that I don't get my shit completely rocked over here.
Get ready for a battle of titans.
Okay. And thank you, Base. I appreciate that. I'm just doing my best. Ah, damn it! Robbery. Unfortunately, as much as I love King of Fighters 15, basically the game is plagued by something very unfortunate, which is that the matchmaking on PC, and probably to a lesser extent on console, is absolute dog water. The matchmaking is really bad. So, as much as I enjoy playing this game, sometimes it can be a real pain to actually get matches, which I do not like. And I feel a way about that, and it's very annoying. But
Nothing will stop this show.
can't be helped, unfortunately. Because the matchmaking is so scuffed, it can be kind of hard to actually find people to fight against sometimes. Which is unfortunate, but you know, so it goes. Okay, so that is how you confirm that. You have to do that. Alright, so I guess I should also explain Darlie and what she does, right? So Darlie Dagger is a member of the DLC team, Team Samurai, in this game. Her debut game is Samurai Showdown 7, which is more commonly just known as Samurai Showdown 2019, but it's the 7th main Samurai Showdown game that she's... Ooh! Yes! Somebody I can actually fight using a black character on Black History Month. Okay, here we go.
Nothing will stop this show.
Oh. But it's Anchor Hydern. Oh my god, not Hydern.
Round 1. Ready?
Alright, let's see. Didn't do this cancel correctly, but it's fine. I know. That went over. I didn't want to go over them. That's bad-ish. Ooh. There's the damage. Got hit by command throw. Yep, there's the pressure. There we go. So Dolores' main thing is like those mud creatures that you saw, right? It lets her put out lots of pressure once she's able to get going and the spacing is right. It is not fun. And now, yeah, I beefed that. It's fine. Alright. Let's see if I botch this, because Andy is a pain. Oh! I could have maybe punished that? Hard to tell. Ah! Damn it! Andy, you asshole. There it is, dead. No, just help to not move. Sorry, Kaz. I feel that. Alright. I sort of know what's happening here as far as, like, Andy, but not 100%. Because I never fought one that actually uses, like, the brakes and everything like that. So I'm having a hard time adjusting. No, you wouldn't jump there. Nope. Nope. Kaneken. Choepadon. No! Ah! If I was gonna punish that, I should have tried earlier. Nah, I'm done. So, basically, Andy's main thing, the thing that's messing me with Andy, the elbow, right, Zanaken, he can stop that early. So the problem that I was running into is that this specific player basically kept doing, like, the break early, and was messing with my sense of, like, okay, wait, where are they going to stop? And it was like, no, Andy's really, really fucking annoying. Like, it's doable. He's just a pain. Bup. Fair. One of my favorite soundtracks from the King of Fighters 94. One of the KOF games I've actually never played. But part of it is that I also don't fight against indie players a lot, so I sort of don't know how to deal with that, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. It's just more of a question of like, yeah, they weren't gonna fall for that twice. And they can. Oh, that's actually not good. I've been blocking too much. So let my guard gauge regenerate a little bit. Ah, there's the Kuhadan break. Ah. Cho Repadon. Yep. So at 33 seconds left on the clock, and a little bit under that, they might get about. Yeah, they got a little bit above 50% back. Okay, cool. All right. A little patience, and I got it. No. Fuck! Oh god, that would have been so bad if he had gotten the punish. Yeah, don't! Alright, I might be able to do this, maybe. The problem that I'm going to deal with now is Hydern. Hydern has really long limbs and has fire fists. So the main thing with Hydern is that, like, he's a very defensive character until he pops off, basically. But, like, Hydern's main thing is that, as defensive as he is, his limbs are really freaking long. And he has a command throw. So it's like, he's very good at, like, as far as, like, if he gets to get started, it's like, well, okay, you kind of just eat crap. Eat shit. It's not great. All right. It's kind of annoying dealing with fuck. Okay, got that. Got command throw. Got command throw again. Yeah, it's like it's basically this stuff. No, my super didn't come out. Could have killed him right fucking there, and I'm so aggravated that I fucked up the super. I fucked up the super cancel. No! Oh my god, why didn't it come out? I needed the other. I really needed my climax super to come out right there. I really did. I really needed it to come out right there. Oh! I'm so angry. I literally could have killed him, and it didn't freaking come out. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna try to ask for a room match because I want that run back real bad. Oh, I'm so salty. I literally, I don't know what I did the input wrong somehow. I skipped something somewhere because I was nervous. But if I hadn't done the input wrong, I literally would have killed him. To be specific, this is basically what I was trying to do. I'm trying to do this. Watch this damage and tell me that wouldn't have killed him. Literally. That was 606 damage, flat out. And that was the raw version, right? So, literally, what I was trying to do. So, if you want to know exactly how much it would have been, let's get... Hang on. Yeah. If you want to know how much damage it would have done, watch this. If I got it the first time, 696, flat out. I think what happened the second time was I wasn't looking at how much meter I had, and I did the wrong move the second time. Because the first time I would have been able to do it. The second time, I think I wasn't looking at how much meter I had, and that's why I screwed it up. But even in the circumstance that I would have had to go for something else the second time, I would have been able to do... Hang on. Even if I'd gone for like this, I would have killed him. Flat out. I would have... That man... That would have been it. Done. Donezo. Iron would not have gotten up from that. He would have erased, wiped off the face of the earth. And now you understand why earlier when I was going over KOF and Brief, I'm like, this game, right? Like, there are ways in this game to do such absurd amounts of damage that you're not going to see in, like, that you're not going to see in, like, Street Fighter, necessarily. At least you don't see it in the same way in Street Fighter, right? Like, even in this game, it's like, okay, I'm going to switch to, like, to demonstrate this a little bit better, because he's very meter efficient on this, right? Like, Rock has maybe, at one point, I have half of a super meter with Rock. What can you only do with half a super meter? Well, depending on the starter I get. That's an easy, like, 300 damage. Almost, right? And this was me, like, casually going, like, alright. That's casually 300, nearly 300 damage off of, like, one crouching, like two crouching light kicks, and half super meter. It's like, bop, 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 bop. Hang on, I dropped it. Bop, 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 bop. And that's easy 299. Good night, folks. See y'all Sunday for Validate, or tomorrow for Sympho Gear. Yep. Night, Stubby. And mind you, right, like, me getting nearly 300 damage, I spent half a meter on that. If I wanted to get... Oh, wait. Come on, please, 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 fight me, fight me, fight me. Don't... Sad. That... I wanted to fight that person so bad, whoever it was. If I choose to spend a little more meter, easily 400, right? Like, KOF is very much a game where it's like, you basically just have to understand characters pump out damage on the regular if you have the resources for it, and it hurts, right? Like, if I want it to be, like, if I really wanted to get up in there, I could go, like, easy 483, literally almost 500% off of that one interaction, right? And if I get an even better starter, right? $600 damage, easy. So, like, when I was saying earlier that KOF, at least when you compare it to Street Fighter, is just a game where it's like, nah, like, damage just... When damage comes, right? That's the kind of game that you're playing when you play KOF. I will say in particular that basically the only game that has a higher damage ratio that SNK has also made is Samurai Showdown. Like, you play Samurai Showdown if you are like an absolute adrenaline fiend. If you're like, listen, listen, the only way that I can enjoy combat is for my life to basically be in the hands of Apris and whatever deities I choose to pass on to. That is Samurai Showdown in a nutshell. That game is very much a, well, you made a decision and you died. Oh, hey! Okay.
It's about to be a party up in here.
Let's go to the corner. No. 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 I sat here and said, I'm going to extend stream because Nessa was nice enough to raid me. And Alls, this is the shit you hit me with? No.
Round one. Ready? Go!
I messed up the meaty timing on the fireball. Wanted to make them block that while they were getting up. Like that. Ooh! You tried to jump over me. Another Mortal Kombat game? I care a lot better than Mortal Kombat, I have to be honest. One, two, upper. Ooh, okay, that could have been nasty if they had. Two. Body. Okay. Who's gonna botch first? I'm at a life deficit. Trying not to spend a lot of meter just in case I. So who can? Oop. That would have been hilarious if I could have made that work. Alright. We have to see. Either I get a one character victory or Rock dies right here, and then I have to try to clean up with Oh Shermie. You gotta see. I got hit by the slicer. Rolling. Rolling. Spinfall. Yeah, I got popped by the spinfall. Because I got a little nervous, but it should be fine. So Blue Mary's main thing is that she has a combination of really good normals, a command grab or two, and just a lot of like, yeah, really good buttons, mostly. Okay. And a lot of like, kind of safe, hit by the fucking cross-up. Bup. Slicer to vertical arrow. Okay. Okay. Oh no. No. Fuck! I missed it. By just a little. Okay. So I'm coming in with the meter advantage. They have one more max mode. But if they mess up and I catch them with a jump, I'm going to fuck them up. I can't hard rely on just that though, because I have to basically make a hard fucking read. And that is... No, it didn't come out. Why didn't the super cancel? I did it wrong. It's my own fault. Whatever it is, I did it wrong. Just gotta chill a little bit. I have the life advantage. I do not have to rush. Why'd you jump? 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 Why did you jump?
Fight! These two know how to run. Winner!
別に殺し合いしてるわけじゃこの辺にしと
Oh, I'm in a really good mood. I'm in a really good mood. Not particularly just because I won, just because people are hanging out, and I was like, I don't know. I got at least another half an hour in me, I think, because I was like, normally I end stream at like 9 o'clock Eastern, but now we're like probably an hour over, and I'm feeling pretty good. So you know. The week has not been terrible, but it's been long enough that it's like... Good. So yeah, this is King's thing mostly, right? She doesn't have to, like, she can really sit and, like, poke... like, just annoy you with, like, Venom Strike stuff, and then you kind of have to deal with it. Do. I need to not be so... Ah. Good enough. So I lost Rock there, but the main thing is that I ran the clock down to 14 seconds, and King had maybe about... yeah, like right now, basically I get one hit of the right combo, and she kind of just eats shit. So this puts me in relatively good shape against their Vanessa, so we have to see how this goes. If they mess up any of the actual uppercut combos again, I'm going to punish and basically eat their soul, so they really shouldn't do that. Okay, good. I didn't want to do that, but that's my own fault for not. There we go. Yeah, Orochi Sherry's main thing is space control with like the electric kisses and everything. So once I get knockdowns or otherwise space them out, I can kind of just be like, lol, lol, electric kiss, lol. And then approaching me becomes a really bad idea, but I need the space to put them out. Cut, 1, 2, upper. Ooh, you should. I'm not gonna spend a lot of meter in this next round, unless literally this Blue Mary fucks up several times. I'm not going to spend a lot of meter because there's a pretty good chance that like off the right interaction, I'm gonna die anyway. So I'd rather save the money or save the meter. Fuck. I'd rather save the meter for Darlie because, for example, if they jump at me, I don't know. I might just be an absolute gremlin and just go for the level 2 into the level 3 if I can get a jump punish. I might. Just past a certain point, if I can get enough of their health from other stuff, then... Good. This is fine. No. Damn. So the 2 times that I tried to grab, I was trying to do a command throw. Either of those command throws, if they hadn't whipped, would have killed Blue Mary. Just flat out. She didn't have the health to live it. But I either messed up the timing and tried to grab while she was still shaking from the block, or it just doesn't work on crouchers, which might happen, question mark. So, you know. Eh. Eh. Mm-hmm. Ah. I shouldn't have done that. I was already too close. Kick. Let him strike. Some fangs. There we go. Got the meaty fireball. They forced them to block. Because they had to block the fireball as they were getting up. But I was already free to move, which means that I had more time to like do whatever I wanted after that. And that's exactly what I was hoping for. Yeah. Not ideal. We basically are almost... They have a little more meter than I do. Just a little. Yeah, they have a little more than I do. So they're going to hit 2 super meter stocks before I do. Mm-hmm. Ah, damn! The jabs are too fast. 1, 2, upper. I got too freaking careless. Alright. Mm-hmm. Oh, ooh. Uppercut and sweep. Yeah. It's a maybe. It's a maybe. I would rather not spend a lot of... I would rather prefer not to spend a lot of meter, because I want to hold onto that for Blue Mary. So... 2 upper. Too close. Ooh! Thank God for JD. JD the GOAT. Very good. Alright. Mm-hmm. Climbing. So it just doesn't work on... Doesn't work on crouching opponents at all. Okay, that's... Nope. Oh, I could have had it. Damn it. The punish! If I just hit 5C, I would have messed them up so bad. But silly me, I thought they would be high enough in the air when they whipped that super for it to count as me getting... it's because I got greedy. It's because I got greedy. I should have just gone straight for the simple punish and just dumped a shit ton of meter and it would have been fine. But I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. And I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. Ah! Damn. But, you know, we take those. It's just... It's my own fault. I got greedy. And so I had to pay for it. It's just what it is. Alright. Please fight me. Please.
Select order.
Not on hell, no! Not on hell! No, 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 no. I don't want to fight. Oh, no. Ho, ho, ho. Why it have to be on hell? No! No. Ho, ho, ho. I don't want. Do not want. The long and short of it is that she's a very unorthodox character to fight against. And the end result, okay, it didn't mean I wanted to get disconnected though. Freaking KOF. I didn't want to fight on hell, but it didn't mean I wanted to get disconnected either. This game is a mess sometimes. But basically the main reason why I was like having a very emotional moment right there, the main thing about Angel is that she there we go, now it has it right. The main thing about Angel is that when you she's a very unorthodox character to fight against. It is doable, and you can. But if you do not understand where the actual gaps are, she is basically just a knowledge check. She's a knowledge check character. Like, flat out. It's like, do you understand how to actually fight against Angel? If yes, then you're cool. If not, then you stuff her. She also just does a lot of damage. Again, it's not a thing where it's like, oh, she's busted. It's just more like, no, she just happens to be... She just happens to have, like, really strong and really obnoxious options to deal with. And, like, if you don't have the knowledge about how to deal with them, you sort of just wind up in a spot where it's like, okay, please make it stop. And that's more or less how that whole discussion goes. So, to demonstrate what I mean by this, I do not know how to actually play this character at all. So, basically, the way that Angel works is that she has a very specific set of moves that form something called the Unchained Circle, right? So, this is the way that it works. She has several different moves, right, that are used to start up the Unchained Circle, right? She has a very specific set of moves that start that up, right? Once she has started them, she has upper, Sobat, underblow, high, hammer blow, and assault.
A jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
Thank you so much, Kermit, for the $20 donation. What do you want it to go towards? That's either 4 eyes, up to it's either a split between 10 push-ups, sit-ups, or 20 of either of those, or a Bean Boozled Bean. Googly eyes? Alright. Alright then. So yeah, the main thing with Angel, right? And the reason why it's like, oh god, I hate fighting her, is because now, if you're playing as Angel, it's a thing where it's a thing wherein you have to spend a lot of time actively learning how or getting used to the Unchained Start and Unchained Circle stuff. So it looks, I'm going to put it like this. It is complex, but it is simultaneously as complex as it looks and less than that, right? The key thing to remember is that basically she has several starters, several midway moves, other things that you can do from the midway moves, and then finishers. And that's basically it. It's just getting used to what those starters are and how they work. Takes a little bit of doing. It's a very unusual system, but it's not completely impossible to deal with, right? So you do like right? So like you can do this. Hang on. Right? Like you can do this to start and this, and then another move afterward, right? So bop, bop, bop. And then kind of keep doing things from there. And basically speaking, right, the key to understanding how Angel works when you're playing as her is to know which ways you can sort of set up specific things for the different parts when you're in different parts of the actual Unchained combo stuff, and when you can't. And then when you're playing against her, you just have to know when not to press buttons, because there's certain things that she does because of the way that her Thank you so much for the raid, Cha Cha Z. Give me 1 second. I am just putting on some eyes. Hey, everybody from Cha Cha Z stream. My name is Sean. You can call me that or Eshe. I make games. I play games. Games make do, basically. And we are currently playing King of Fighters 15. I am trying to desperately get in one more good match before we end for the night. Normally, I end stream at 9 p.m. Eastern time on Fridays, but the vibes are just really good tonight, and so I figured we were going to hang out a little longer. I also see that you were playing KOF 15. Hopefully, you have had better luck finding matches than I have. It's been a little rough out in the streets tonight, with matchmaking being as it is, but, you know, that's also cool. If we could also get an exclamation point donate so that everybody from Cha Cha Z stream also gets to know, we are doing some Black History Month charity fundraising for the Marsha P. Johnson Foundation, because Black trans people deserve your love and support, and so we are making a point of, in fact, making sure to support them. We played the homies for a while and ran a certain rank, so it was cool. Love to hear it. So yeah, like, the main thing with, hope you have a great rest of your stream. I gotta be the host of my company. Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you for dropping off your folks with me. I will do my best to take care of them. We'll be here for another little while, and hopefully they have fun. So yeah, like, Angel, to finish the point I was making right before Cha Cha Z raided in, is that Angel is a really cool character once you know how to use her, but like getting used to the way her Unchained Circle stuff works is like just you go, who did this and why? And then you figure out how it works. It's pretty cool, but until that point, it's like, ugh. The real reason that most people probably play Angel I say this is a joke, but if Twisted were still here, this would be the part where I'm like, yeah, this is the reason why people play Angel. Because if I can do this correctly. Your eyes did not deceive you, gentle people. You did in fact see Angel do none other than the people's elbow. If I can do this correctly, this would be great. Yeah, like, she straight up has the people's elbow. She's really, really good. Well, Angel is just generally a good character. Is also a very funny character. She's got the people's elbow. What I'm basically saying is that if you can learn to live with the way that her moveset works, then you are in for basically a really good time. It's great. Okay. So the same person I just fought earlier. Thank you so much for the follow. I think I said this earlier, but I might have been distracted. But if I didn't say it earlier, follow alerts are primarily anonymous so that people can like lurk in peace. Welcome on into the Gage Gang. Glad to have you. Damn, misread the spacing by a lot. Ah, messed up the timing just a little. Yep, that one wasn't safe. Alright, so I'm in an okay-ish position, kind of. I have enough meter to like take a good chunk off if I get the right hit to start. That's my own fault. Upper. I mistimed that. That's fair. I mistimed that. I wanted to do it ideally as the Vanessa was getting up, so I could pop them with that and maybe get plus frames, but I messed it up.
Round 3. Ready, go!
I tried to press a button when it really wasn't my turn. I was too close for that. That's my own fault.
to fight. Ready? Go!
やっやっはっスライスほうはっまだよやっ
Cross up.
スピンポン滑りなさいまだよやっまだよはっまだよ食らいなさいやっやっへっはっしびれなさいまだよ
Fair.
やっ食らいなさいしびれなさい
There we go. Haha! Gotcha.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the winner. Winner!
私に本気を出させるなんてあなた目障りだわ
Ooh. Okay. 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 We're cooking now. We're cooking a little bit now.
お相手する
The king is annoying but not super scary. The Vanessa has it like that. If I mess up, I'll get done up. Blue Mary is the one that's probably the hardest sell, but that's fair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair. Yeah, and now they have a pretty good idea of what they need to do to actually like not get run over by my rock, which is like stand your ground and like defend better and don't engage. But
しびれなさいやっ食らいなさい食らいなさいやっ甘い甘いしびれ
ah, could have killed there. Hmm. Damn it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not looking good for player
They're using a lot of that little hopping axe kick and like the aerial venom strikes to kind of make sure that their hitbox is not to make sure that their hitbox is not in a spot where I can like tag them with lows, which is fair. It's kind of uphill. I have to play this very carefully. I say as I immediately. They did the reset them. Weren't you blocking low, Sean? Block low. This is still not ideal.
Player 2 claws back to match point.
こう見えて強いんだ
That's not ideal. Not ideal. Not ideal.
Final round. Ready? Go!
Nope. And there it is. I beefed it. So yeah, like when I said earlier that, like,
What a stellar
oh right, I forgot to actually greet Whitley Watts. I'm sorry. You probably caught me like mid fight or like mid eyes, and I wasn't thinking. Yes, I have granted. I have, by the decree of they who donate, I have granted you eyes. But yeah, the main thing that I'm gonna have to be more careful about for this last one, because this is probably it, and then I should start winding down for bed, much as I would
one. Ready?
like to stay on for like forever. I have to be a little bit more deliberate about just kind of converting what I can. And I need to not try to like contest King in midair like that, because ooh, ooh. He went for the chap shot thinking that I was gonna approach, and it's like, nope, I could just stand over here and throw a Reppuken and get a meaty, and either I kill you. Well, I was planning on getting a meaty and forcing them to block that more than like actually getting rid of them, but it worked out in my favor. Ah!
Player one wastes no time evening the score.
I might be able to. It's a hard call because they're back to full health.
For the top. Ready?
I have the meter advantage and am nearly full, but I keep pressing buttons when I shouldn't be. And the main thing is that because of how fast Vanessa's jabs are, how fast Vanessa's jabs are, I keep not watching my toes. Mm-hmm.
Only their anchor remains.
The main problem mostly is that I also have a lot of characters that they can kind of hang in close range, but not really. Rock is the only one who's like really, really okay with that. Garly does not have fast buttons, so it's a lot. Ask her to like, okay, raw max mode. Oh no, oh god, that whiffed. But I'm still dead because I admit it, I'm a little too battled to actually like. Yeah, I'm too battled. I was like freaking out. I couldn't hold it. I got freaked out. I was just like, oh god, raw max mode. They're gonna just throw two hands at me and I'm dead. So I started freaking out and I couldn't chop it. But it happens. Again, this is more of a consequence of the fact that I don't have characters that have a lot of fast buttons. So once people get in on me, I kind of have to just like, I stare forward and just go, all right, I suppose I die here now. All right, y'all. So it has been a wonderful time. Thank you so much to Cha-Cha. I know Cha-Cha Z is gone, but thank you so much to both Cha-Cha Z and Twisted for rating. I deeply appreciate y'all. It's our time to go. So if I could just get an exclamation point links and a final drop off or exclamation point donate. And if you happen to still be around. Short. Just keep it short and sweet. Yeah. It's because it happens to include everything. Exclamation point donate. is for me. Sorry, Sin. I know I keep doing this to you. But yeah, Medium. I write game design articles over there sometimes, like 2 or 3 times a year. Maybe we'll get something in 2023 relatively soon if I can think of something. Stream VODs automatically go over to YouTube. So you can go to youtube.com at SJHDoesGames, and bam, I'm there. Ko-Fi, if you want to support me or the stream and don't want to give money to Jeff Bezos, best to do it over there because I keep most of that money. Throne has things like desk organizers and things like that, but also nice common writer swag and things like that for fun times if you want to throw hands on that. And then all of my other social media, Instagram, TikTok, the Twitter that I don't really use anymore, a bunch of other stuff is all linked on my card. And again, all Black History Month, we are doing charity fundraising for the Martha P. Johnson Institute. So if you know people who are willing to throw down money for that, go grab that link, go throw it at them and be like, yo, here's the deal. So Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Validate on stream because Sundays for Black History Month are going to be games that are or were made by or involved right, Black people up and doing the thing. So that's going to be Sunday. If you're just here for fighting games, come back on Fridays. That's when I do those usually. So next Friday, we're going to be playing... What game did I say? I got to go look real quick. Next Friday is, if it's available in time, we will actually be playing the Samurai Showdown rollback beta test. If it's available by the time next Friday, I'm ready to stream next Friday. If not, we're playing Guilty Gear Strive. But this upcoming Sunday, Validate Volume 1. Now, who are we going to go hang out with? I want to go hang out with somebody who I haven't seen in a minute. I hope she didn't just dip off. Let me double check and make sure that she didn't. I knew it. I sensed it. I'm like, she might be offline. I'm like, okay, good thing I checked first. Okay. Let's see. We did go to see Jay the other day recently. Have we not? Have to be somebody Black. To be clear, we are absolutely going to go see somebody Black because, yes. You know what? Let's go hang out with Quesadilla. So, Sin, sorry. One last. Exclamation point if you could. So, Sin, if you could, if we get exclamation point raid for Pro Quesadilla, deeply appreciate it. So, Kesa is a variety streamer. He does like a lot of different things and stuff. The reason why we're going to go hang out with Kesa is because right now he's playing Monster Hunter Rise. If you are a Monster Hunter Rise player, if that is your thing, if that is your jam, if you do not already know, keep in mind that there is a... I'll do it. There is another title update coming out next week, basically. Like the 7th or something, or the 5th or whatever. Be ready for that. I love Monster Hunter Rise, so I'm not going to be playing it on stream, but hopefully, if you like Monster Hunter Rise, stick around for the raid. Hit Kesa with a good old SJH does raids. Let him know who sent you, throw in your favorite emotes, all that other stuff. Whether I see you the 7th, cool. So, whether I see you for Validate on Sunday or next week for Fighting Friday, stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask, don't go outside if you don't have to. Be excellent to each other, but not to bigots, turfs, sexist, racist, Elon Musk stands, Jaren Karen Turfling stands, or people who like to argue that capitalism is good, actually. Just saying. All right. Till I see y'all. Bye-bye.